Well, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. I know it's getting that way out on the East Coast if it's already past noon. Yeah, we're running a little late, folks. Not a busy morning, just a lot of work getting this set up. Trying to get views and all. I thought I had set up the last day off I had there, and lo and behold, I had a lot of work to do that I wasn't expecting. And well, we are now on the line here at JFK. Clipper Bell of the Sky, Pan Am 747-200. The 747-200 is from Felis, and if you are interested in it, here is a link there in the chat room. Uh, that will get you to the base, and this is an add-on livery. They kind of call it the billboard look to it, where basically Pan Am, stands out at you. So, iconic name, iconic airline, and Orb 505, welcome aboard. We are glad to have you here as we get ready to set forth to Miami and then over to Nassau. Now, we're not obviously going to use the 747 to go to Nassau. That'd be a little overkill. But we'll switch either into Zebo or the 727. We'll see how things play out at that point. So just an idea of what's to come. We do have 2 flights scheduled. So with that, let's get moving and hop up into the flight deck, shall we? And let's take a look at this flight plan. So for those not familiar, the 747-200 is called a classic because most classic aircraft, minus your DC-9, 737s, ran with 3 people in the cockpit. So you got your captain over here on the left, first officer on the right, and the guy behind the big Bugs Bunny panel with all the gauges and switches and buttons and, oh my goodness, flight engineer. That man worked his butt off on these flights. He monitored the engines and all the systems associated. Not to mention, these guys were up here working as well, keeping it on course, monitoring things, and keeping it on course. That can be a trick across the North Atlantic or the Pacific. So, but yeah, that's what these, we're 3-man crew. So talking amongst each other was a good thing. But oh, wait, I don't have the other 2 guys. So, oh well, I guess we'll have to do it ourselves. So, welcome to flight simming, folks. We get to be all 3 positions in one flight, and I hit the wrong switch. My apologies there, folks. Feels like Monday all over again. So, the boarding door is closed. We'll go ahead and get rid of that sign. We're flying for Guardian Air Alliance today. Pan Am. It's actually flight 124. With service to Miami. The old Pan Am terminal, I believe they called it Terminal 2 here. Let's get a quick overlook here of JFK, which Delta would acquire in the late 80s, actually sat on this footprint here. And if you've any familiarity with aviation and JFK, it was one of the terminals here that they had kept up that had the overhang. So when the aircraft pre-jetways and jetways, jet bridges, however you want to term these extensions from the terminal to the plane, well, the aircraft, especially the props, would pull up under the overhang, at least shielding the customers, the passengers, however you want to, use the term, from the elements in the fact of snow, wind, well, the wind, not so much, but the rain, get them out of those elements. Soon as the jet age emerged and those big props weren't up front, they could then run these bridges out to them. And the passengers, as today, walk clueless to what it's like outside, except for the part where they walked into the terminal a couple hours earlier. And believe me, by that point, some people have no idea what they're walking in. I work at an airport, I can attest to it. Oh, what people never amazes me. They don't look ahead. They don't realize where they're flying to. So they definitely don't come up dressed appropriately for the weather they're about to encounter. So, but anyway, we digress. If you fall into that category, I do get a good giggle when I see you come off the planes. Anyway, we're going to get back into the cockpit here before I really dig myself into a hole there. Spaceman 634, welcome aboard. Yep, I am going to take you up on that, sir. We're going to do your Caribbean Caluso. That's where we're at, Terminal 2 in the JFK. We're Delta Parks. Yeah, I've seen it in FSX. I like that. I usually park there. It's either there or Terminal 5 where TWA parked, unless I was flying cargo, and then we park somewhere else. But anyway, yeah, I missed that Terminal 2 being here. And in real life, it's actually gone too. So the World Port is gone. So, but yes, we are starting a tour with Pan Am. The tour doesn't start in JFK, it starts in Miami, but we're going to go ahead and we're on it, heading to Miami. Caribbean Calypso Vacation Tour. And folks, we are going to be ready for some quick hopping when we get down to Miami. Other than the hop over to San Juan, which will give us some fly time. It's island hopping, folks, and some of it's not very far. So we're going to have some fun. So let's get going. Sim Toolkit's going to be our pre-flight briefing here. And as you can tell, the weather is on its way. Rain that we've been dealing with for the last couple of days, well, this is the first line getting towards the northeast. Further south, when we get down towards Florida, let me kind of pan out a little for you. This is the line for those of us in the United States who may have woke up, who may have watched the news, because I know that's not a big thing. There was a couple of tornadoes through New Orleans last night. That's the system that was over New Orleans last night. So we'll be meeting up with it, it looks like, at altitude, unless, of course, daylight heating brings it back to life. So off we go. All right, for this load, we're going to take 311 lucky souls down to Miami to warm their tail feathers up. Although the Northeast and the Midwest, we've been bouncing temperatures left and right. One day spring, next day back into winter. One day spring, back into winter. Oh, wait, that sounds just like spring season. Huh. But anyway, 311 folks headed down. We've got 30,000 pounds of cargo in the belly. So the plane's going to make some money on this run. 98,620 pounds altogether. So there's your zero fuel weight right here. Followed up by, we're going to put 103 to 104,000. We'll see where that ends up in the tanks. Mach 0.85 will be our profile today for the cruise. Initially, we'll start probably around 5,000. I'm sure that's what ATC is going to give us. And then we'll hit our first cruise level of 34,000, then down, getting closer to Charleston, South Carolina area. JMAC will push up to 36,000. What do we got here? For the flight plan itself, 1,196 miles. Winds are going to be off to our right, 246 at 68, so a pretty fair crosswind. So when we do some outside looking at the plane, I think it's Spaceman is alluding to those of us with Guardian of some potential new destinations coming, Rome and Paris. That'll be awesome. And the MD-11, oh, by the way, is due out here real soon, folks. If you've been clawing at the bit for it from I think it's Rotate. I got word it's coming out in the next couple of days, so be watching for that. So back to it. So when we do our outside views, we'll be watching for an aircraft crabbing pretty hard. Very crabby airplane today. Hopefully it won't be that way inside. Okay, here's the fuel breakdown. The big things here, we're going to have a 5% contingency. Our alternate is Tampa. So we've got 17,000 pounds planned for it. And our reserve, once on the ground in Tampa, if we have to go, is 15,500. So, as we saw in the last stream, we shot a cat. Well, let's put it. Well, the good thing is we were in South America. we'll start it off that way. We kind of pushed every FAA rule to the max on that landing, folks. We were below minimums. Auto landed on a runway not technically suited for that. Again, did I mention we were in South America? And what's a good landing, though? So it's quite fun. But here, if we have to go, which I really, as you can tell, try not to, we'll go to Tampa. Here's the route to Tampa, should we have to go. And then here's our route, which nicely came up with the timer in the chat room. Except mine is incorrect because we're going to be, right now, according to the ATIS that the controller has for us, 4 left. Yeah, make sure I got the right runway there. 4 left will be our departure runway. I don't get it. SimBrief picked the right runway, but this may all boil down to how New York operates its airports. Because with the winds currently in, here, let me just show it to you while we're here. Let me get rid of this. Come over here. Now, here's another nice feature, folks, of this free utility sim toolkit. We can come over here. Got a lot of options right here. Let's pull the weather up. It's 140 at 10. Now, runway 4 would be the last runway I'd want us on. 22 makes better sense. But they have us currently set for 4 left. Again, like I said, it's got to be something to do with how they route traffic, because LaGuardia is not far away, and so trying to keep the two separate and not intermingling as much as they will. So that's the only reason I would think you would go with a hefty tailwind on that takeoff. So, and then we can come back to the, hang on a second, where was it? There it is. Here's our departure details. It's 13 feet above sea level. 43.7 on the heading. It's a 12,000 foot runway. Not arguing on that. That's a great runway for all aircraft to be able to take off. I would just use the 22s. And there's the slope and so forth. So with all of that aside, folks, let's slide this out of the way and let's get after it, shall we? So the first person aboard the plane, usually besides flight attendants, will be your flight engineer, because as you can tell, there's quite a few things to be had and done. Currently, I do have the battery on. I do have the standby power in normal, and we are on the external power. Okay, now I have not given any of the galleys power back there or anything yet. We're going to fire the APU up first and then go from that. So let's get that going, and it's very simple. I've already done the squibs and the tests. So we go to start. Come on, door, close. Thank you. There we go. And now we start it up. See what we can hear. Yep. I was trying to avoid that. And, well, I know another way. There we go. All right, so we didn't get to hear an engine fire up. However, we are fired up. And let's do a quick generator check. Now, we just I zoom in, come down. Okay, so APU 1. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Do have to close off the top half. Okay, and as soon as you saw that, now we have good volts, good hertz. Number 2, same thing. Now we can close the 2 bottom halves, and we are now on internal power. From here out, we can actually tell them to disconnect us from the ground power. Okay, now I'm also going to start us with the bleed air. Pressure's coming up. Okay. And the trim air. Get the recirculating valves going and the gasper. Bring on the next pack. Okay. We are going to run on 2 packs while we're on the ground. Once we get fired up with all 3, we'll run 3 to the end of the runway, turn them all off, get airborne, turn them all back on. Now, at the same time, bringing the galley bus on, you can see the quick draw. See how a little bit more draw on the system, but now the galley powers are on. The chillers and all 4 of the sections got their galleys on. All right, now let's, while we're at the pressurization area here, let's get set up for 37,000. That way we're covered for our altitude we go to. And let's see here. What is JFK now reporting? 130 at 12 for the winds. Okay, they're getting better. 3026. Got a feeling I'm going to change that. All right, that's pretty close. And the bleeds can stay off for now. Okay, we've done all our tests up here. Looks like our compartments are ready. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and it's easier to see from over here, we're going to go ahead and load the aircraft. All right, so here is, I've already gone through and set it up. So I've got 10, 25, 200 plus 5, 30,000, 200 pounds of cargo. Here's how the passengers break down across the decks. 11 up top and then the bottom, which brought us to 311. We're going up roughly 1,200 miles. Top flight level will be 360. Distance to Tampa, it's under 250, barely, but it's under. And contingency fuel 5%, and we're going to taxi 20 minutes worth. All right, so this is the number they suggest. And we saw the number, hang on, we'll bring it up real quick, suggested by Sim Toolkit. Oh, hang on a second. So we can kind of compare notes. And Sim Toolkit. Sim Toolkit suggests 103.35. So 103,035 pounds. So let's see what we can accomplish here. We're going to go with the 103. I always like going with the more. It only makes sense. So you cannot put the people on the plane from this. You have to, so we'll do them first, go to payload. Now I can use that, and that put our 311 on. Cargo is 30,000 to hold, and that. Now I can instantly board, or I can instantly deplane, or I can load, or I can deload. Meaning I can let it load like it normally does, like you would, walking on, people taking their time, you know, and such, or put them on. I'm going to put them on. Okay, so that takes care of the people coming on. So we got 311 passengers, plus 15 crew members, plus 30,200 pounds of cargo. And that'll bring us up to our zero fuel weight of 489,748, which, not bad. 4,000 off what, and I'm thinking that's because of the 15 crew members. Could be wrong, but that's where my thought is. Okay, so then we come back to the menu. Same thing with the fuel. It doesn't matter what's on this load sheet. See, it brings it up to 109,819. That load sheet is just that, a document that you can look at and see all the numbers. You have to load things from these panels. So you go to fuel, the refuel, use the load sheet, and again, you can instant refuel or you can call to reach instant. Okay, and then we'll go back to our fuel panel, and everything's loaded in. And real quick, we're going for, let me go down here. Calculate. Okay, I think I can get my gross weight on here. 589,168. So we'll set that up here. And we'll come back to that in a few. Okay, so that loads the plane up and we are ready at this point. We'll come back, get things in a better position momentarily. In the meantime, we're going to do some of what the pilots will also do when they come on board, but we can at least have a lot of things set up because they're getting all the routing, the weather briefs, and all of that. One other thing, we will not be using the INS system on the plane. I'm keeping the FMS just because it's a heck of a lot easier to use and quicker. So we just come down the panels like any other Boeing. All the guards are down, yaw dampers are on and guarded. Auto brakes off. There is no RTO and we don't go to max. Anti-skid, guard down. Body, gear, steering, that's your gears, folks, under the wing. Those 4 wheels, or the 2 of them will, I think they all actually, will move as you turn to help your radius. Guard up and armed. Got our lighting set in the cockpit. Coming down, we've got the, we still have to put the INS switches to align, as you see. And then we'll go ahead and switch into nav, nav, nav. Coming down, compasses are slaved. Guards are in. Now, another feature that does not work. This is your cell count. So I just go ahead and set it high, HF1, HF2. Again, they don't work. Doesn't matter. You can skip them. You aren't going to hurt the plane. I also, since they're there, I move the switch to upper sideband on our high frequencies. And again, landing lights are off, taxi lights are off. Okay, wheel well. Test is good. We're testing the voice recorder here, and we're going to watch the needle bounce twice over here to get a good test. 2. Good test. We're in line. Start valves closed. We're normal. Emergency lights are on. Fasten your seatbelts, and smoking lights are on. Door closed, locked. Next one, coming down, make sure we're in nav. Our engine starts are in off for now, slaved, and we just keep coming down. If we see something to test, we test. Okay, here's another HF2 to set up. I'll also put that in upper sideband. Okay, going a little fast here, I know, folks. The nice thing, I'm making this hopefully into a YouTube tape. You can stop it, rewind if you miss something. Nav lights on, logo lights on. We'll get the rest later. Okay, radio master bus. We want the essentials on. Number 2, on. If they were off, you can tell immediately. You'll not see your FMCs lit up. Okay, stall warning. Mach airspeed and warning test. Over rotate. We'll keep our nacelle anti-ice off. Wing anti-ice test. Okay, and we'll check our probe heaters. Just going to turn those off. We'll go ahead and check the whole light array. Boom, we're good. Window heats have already been checked. They are on. Now just for, went the wrong way, folks. There we go. Test, and that lights up the Christmas tree. Every light gets turned on. We can even come down here. Everything's lit up. So we'll turn it off. Okay, and that takes care of the upper panel. Moving down, after we set the panel, let me get a ILS frequency here. That way we can perform the checks here of the flight director. So we're looking for 110.9. Okay, so we got those tuned in. We'll turn this one on, and we'll turn this one on. Okay, the flight directors are working. All right. Next switch over. Okay, first we'll make sure we're in radio on both sides. Okay, now we're going to do what's called an up left check. When you move this switch up, you're going to get a indicate this arrow will move to the left, and then you'll see the glide slope that you're used to up, left. There goes the localizer to the left, glide slopes up. Okay, we're going to do a down right guess what? Localizer is not going to move on this one, folks. So, but we'll see the glide slope go down. And we want to make sure on both of them that it's working. Okay, moving across. Kick that off. Heading, dual, off. So everything's good here. Do the same thing over here. And by the way, how I got rid of the yoke on the Pan Am version that comes with Felis and the other 3 or 4 liveries, it'll actually say hide yoke or hide show yoke, something like that. It just happens to be where this is. Took me a second to figure that out. Up left. Okay, both needles up, and it's over to the left. And down right. Oh, now you can see the needles are working the proper way down here. It's just, it is what it is up here. All right, now we don't have to keep them, and we're in radio, not INS. Perfect. Next level. Okay, we're going to check these push to test 1, push to test 2, all good. And I'm going to zoom in now for these. Now we may end up coming back and pushing some buttons here, but we'll see if we can't. Okay, just reset the maximum indications. Altitude alert test. Let's dial down. There it is. I'm going to reset for 5,000 because I know that's our minimum. Okay, perfect. Okay, next one's ground proximity.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope.
Okay, this one is just going to light up a warning light on the panel here. Rudder ratio. Then we'll do a instrument warning test. You can see the 4 packs are lit up and warning flashing. Okay, let's go back over here. Coming across, let's make sure our chrono is not running, and it is not. Okay, well, it is, but the timer isn't. That's what I meant to say. Test. Good test. Good test. Moving ourselves. We did the max. Wait, we can do one thing. Let's clear those flashy lights. Same thing over here, except we will not get the little womp. For those of you that said it, womp. Okay, good tests. Next level, everything looks good. Go over here, get the radar scope warming up, not the radar itself. Okay. You can set the brightness however you want. Okay, guards are down. Brake pressure's up. Radar's on. Let's get a couple more checks in here. Then we'll get the flight plan loaded at least for them and go from there. Actually, let's go from that angle. All right, now to check the takeoff config. Yes, all you got to do is move all 4 of your throttles forward and back. Okay, you didn't hear it because I didn't go far enough. It's actually on number 3. So all you got to do, there's telling you you're not set up for full power. See? All right. Trim for now is in the green. Let's get a ballpark look at our performance. Looking at a stable trim of 3.9. Okay, so we'll go ahead and flip the switch because we know that we're going to be outside the green. So we can actually extend it. So now it'll cover all the way to 0 to, what is that, 8? And likewise, if we knew the trim would be back here, we could do the same. Well, down into here. If it's down into here, they're going to have to reload the plane. Okay. And last but not least, our fuel switches are in idle cutoff. Easier to see probably from this angle. They're all the way down here. And we'll be moving them individually up. Flaps are 0. Now you'll hear it sometimes 0 and 0. You're 0 here, 0 here. Well, 0, 0, 0, because we actually have slats and flaps. So this is telling you that. Spoilers are down. Okay, parking brake set. Again, I have turned down the radio because I really don't want to hear Unicom at this time. And the other frequency that's in, this was the approach controller or departure. The way they write it up here for JFK, I never know what we're supposed to be in. So safety side, I set the frequency in. If they call me, doink, and I'm on. Just switch it over. Okay. This is another Unicom channel. This is international emergency channel if we ever need it. Okay, we'll put our radar in standby, and I'm going to move it up 5 units. Okay. I really don't know how to... Wait a minute, we got a noise. Ooh. Oh, thanks, Orb. Thank you. So anyway, I don't know how to test the EPR system, so we're not going to worry about it. We're 0 and 0 here, so we're good. Thank you for that cheer to get my attention. Appreciate it. So let's get this route in here. Pilot, F-plan. No, I did not load it ahead of time, so bear with me here. JFK. KMIA. PAA 124 is today's flight. Execute, and for departure, is he still up? Oh, now what do we have now? Controlling LaGuardia, HPN, Stewart, I don't know, POH. Oh, they're not controlling us now. Okay, cool. Why do they do that to us? I don't know. Oh well, we're not going to... Okay, we're going to switch back to 1-3 then. That's the better runway of the two with the winds we have. All right. Just check. Because my luck, the winds have switched around. 130 at 12. So JFK 5. Yeah, I forgot. Cancel. 1-3 right. JFK 5. Execute. Legs. Okay. We're going to go off on the, well, let's show the Kennedy. What's it called? Chatty? Let me write that down. I will get that app, because you know what? I get chatty. Hang on, where is, I don't have it. Okay, we'll have to do it this way. Chatty. Okay. Thank you there for that orb. I sure appreciate it, because you know me, I get these things going and totally forget. All right, so here's our departure today, folks. So we're going off on the JFK 5. We're going to go 1-3. So 1-3, everything has an initial climb of 5,000. We're going to just climb on assigned heading. So we're going to climb out, runway heading, and then intercept the 156 out of JFK out to Wavy. And then from Wavy, of course, proceed on. I thought I had that up there for you. My apologies. Oh, I didn't. Here, let me make that a little bigger. Okay, let's do that one more time, since I must thought I had it up and I was looking at it. So, again, climb on assigned heading, initial altitude 5. We're going to then, for Wavy, expect vectors to JFK, radial 156. Wavy is just under 30 miles from JFK. Okay, so we'll put Wavy. Okay, so Wavy to MJ. WABY. Oh, that would be an incorrect. Yes, it is correct. There we go. Make sure, folks, you're on F plan and the next page to be able to do that. And up next is EMJ. EMJAY. I'm going to go ahead and hit execute, just because I don't know if we have a J174. Okay. And we close that off at ORF, otherwise known as Norfolk. Yeah, I've flown a couple times up in here, folks. Let's go ahead and set that in there, then ISO. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's that one, but I'm going to check my sky vector real quick for ISO. 109.6. Sold. Then we're going to go 121. Oh, yep, that was, I clicked direct. I meant to click the one below, and that closes off at Charleston, CHS. Folks, if you're ever in the States or you live in the States looking for a beautiful place to visit, Charleston, South Carolina is that one of those places. Between the beach, between the history, between the beauty of that history on the southern end, and there are a lot of things to do in the Charleston area. I can't highly recommend it more, folks. Me and the wife went there a couple of years ago, and we had a flat-out stellar time. Okay, from Charleston to Cakit, C-A-K. And then finally we get on the Q97. Take that to Durble. Durble. D. Debrel, my bad, D-B-R-L. Closed, execute, and I'm going to come back, and for Miami only, we'll do the Coastal 8. We'll go ahead and get it set up, but if at all possible, I'm hoping to get the 1-2, just because it's closer to where I'm going parking-wise down there. All right, and that, folks, brings us up. Let's go through legs, make sure we don't have any big discontinuities. I don't. Okay, hang on. Kennel, double. Okay, that's good to close. Okay, there we go. Execute, and we're good to go there. Go VNav. Next page, FL340. That's our initial cruise. Yeah. And then we'll set our descents up and all en route. All right, so the flight's ready to go. We are boarded passengers. Folks, we're just about ready to get this show on the road. Got our packs, everything ready to go. Let's make sure I got nothing in the screen. Near Los Angeles, called Hey Joe. Well, it wouldn't be spelled like that because there's too many letters. Let's find out what's over by LA real quick. Might be... That's a fix I'm not familiar with, I'll be honest. Not enough. Nope, I'm not finding it real quick, but is it on an arrival or something you've got there, Orb? Try that one, okay. What you do, oh, Hey, J-O-E. Well, let's see. It did center in on something, so... Not familiar with it, but it appears to be... Okay, where's my cursor at? Around Lake Hughes VOR. South of Gorman, in between Gorman and Lake Hughes. Don't know if it's part of an arrival or not, but there is a fix out there. Let me try low route, see what happens. Must be on the chart only. I don't even show it that way. Just looking all around. About VFR. Yeah, it's not showing up on the charts, but it is coming in when you go to SkyVector and type that in between Gorman VOR and Lake Hughes. But I don't show it as a en route fix on either high or low charts. Get back on the high ones so I don't get thrown off. There we go. So... hope that helped you there. Oh, you're fine. We'll take the time. I love looking things up like that. I didn't know that was about Jimi Hendrix song. Huh. Let's see. So we've got the APU running. Air is going good. We've got our altitude set for final cruise and our current altimeter, which probably will change. Tests are done. We're on number 4, so we're good there. Yeah, I love trivia. So if I can find something on an air map, I'll find it. I'll figure it out somehow. Okay, so we are loaded. Fuel's loaded. And let's get these pumps on. No fuel in the center, which I expected. And we are good to go there. Oh, and let's get these on as well. I think I know how that happened, my problem I had one day. That way they're all feeding all the engines. Okay, let me look. Okay, this one goes over to here. These do themselves. This way everything's feeding all tanks. Okay, good deal. And as soon as we get airborne, we'll bring the reserves in. We'll be good to go. And oil looks good. All right, so the neat thing about this plane, folks, just when you think you have it right, you can find out if you do have it right by running the checklists. Actually, let's do it another way. You can also pull this checklist from where I like to, up here.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Hold on. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1009. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Damn.
Okay. I could skip or I could just do this.
Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight annunciators. Check. GPWS. Hold on. Check.
Pull up.
Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, there were 2 that you saw that they had troubles with me with. Okay. The one I've got listed we'll come back to in a minute. The other was something to do with the flight director. Wasn't this one? But anyway, the flight directors, they want them off, even though we just did tests that had them on, which is fine. I went ahead and skipped it or checked it or turned them off or whatever I did. Autopilot. Oh, here it is. Autopilot. I just skipped it. So, or I turned them off. So that's what that was. Now the exterior lights. This is proposing we're ready to push back, folks. So the beacon would be on, wing lights would be on, and so forth. We're not ready to push yet, so that's why we skipped it. All right, I'm going to do a quick look here. Battery, engine oil, fuel. Okay, bleeds. I think we're okay. If not, we'll find out.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 101,335 pounds. Fuel panel. This. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. This. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait.
Okay. It wants it in go around. We're doing TOD, which is takeoff dry.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Wait. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
Okay, the next one we'll do is after we start up. So folks, we're ready to go. And in order to get started, we'll turn off our packs here in a moment. We got to get pushed back in here. And, oh, excuse me. So it looks like everyone here is taking off on 4 left. Let's take a look here. So we'll oblige and do the 4 left departure. So stand by. Let me get that change made to our FMC for the departure. For left, JFK, execute. Flight plan, let's go lane. We're good there still. Make sure. Okay, we're still good. All right. So before, well, actually, I'm going to, yeah, we'll go ahead. Whoop, checklist, wrong one. Do our performance calculations again. Going to bring up the charts because we're going to need some information from there. So there we go. There's our routing, by the way, folks. Kind of taking the long way. Taking the long way home. Good Supertramp song, by the way, folks. We're going to go along the coastline. And there's the airport. There's where we're located, right about here. This is the old location of the Pan Am Worldport. Now gone. It's funny, they kept TWA's historic terminal, but they didn't keep Pan Am. Interesting. But they didn't ask me. They never do. So it is what it is. And real quick, altimeter is 3026. I want to get that in here before I forget. Okay, so let's load it from the load sheet. There we go. So our takeoff center of gravity is 26.7. Runway length. Okay, as you can see, 12,000 feet. We'll go 12,100. Airport elevation 0. And you can always find that on this chart right up here in the top, 13. Okay, heading 44. RGL8, thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you. Hope you have a great Wednesday, otherwise known as Hump Day. Did I miss something? I'm thinking I did. Dave Rendon? RGL8, thanks for the host as well. We sure appreciate you. Coming in with 3 folks, welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy. Thanks for the first time chat as well. Thanks for the raid. We sure appreciate you. Right, so where were we here? 50, no, 40, we'll call it 40 degrees. And runway's dry. Outside air temperature here in JFK, a balmy 7 degrees Celsius. Although if it's anything like the airport last shift or the shift before, ooh, that 40 to 50 degrees was sure cold. But that wind we had. All right, 12. Okay, let me make sure I got everything. No, we can't do the slope. All right, so we're looking at a V1 where we rotate if we have any problems or anything. Up to 129, we'll reject the takeoff, go into reverse with the spoilers, and exit the runway. If we get above that, we commit the flight, and if necessary, dump fuel, come back around. We rotate at 138, and our V2 speed is 153. Flap schedule 226 is up. My minimum altitude usually for flaps fully up is 3,000. Could be more in this plane, could be less. All right, so let's let me see what's going to be the best way to show this so we can make sure. All right, so you can see all the speed bugs crammed in up here at the top. When we click set speeds, they move into position. So the bugs are set V1, V rotate. Now the actual speed bug set right here, I had to think for a second, sorry folks, what you get for flying too many aircraft, is right here. There's your V2. Flaps 10, flaps 5, flaps 1, flaps up. And we're going to, for the most part, climb at 240 all the way till we hit 10,000, then up to 305 and continue on. And we're set flaps 10. Yeah, we'll go flaps 10. I'm good with that. All right. So that sets everything into motion there. We'll get the trim set once the engines are on and the hydraulics are in. All right, so let's get this show on the road out of JFK to Miami. Pushback. Let's get that pushback tug coming.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Hang on a second, folks. Just want to get a bird's eye view here. Okay, so we're just going to push back into the alley. Okay, I just wanted to see it before I set it up.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay. Now, we need to get the cargo doors closed.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Ground power disconnected. Chocks removed.
I've brought it back, folks. We'll see how it does. The animated jetways. Any troubles, it'll go away forever.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Give you one last look here. Goal will be to push back into what I call the alley here, and then we'll taxi forward. What I'm doing is I'm going to push it back, then pull it up. So we'll see how that works out. Okay, let's turn the beacons on.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, turning the packs off, and we'll also get galley power turned off. Alright, so we are now ready to push.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Okay, let's crank up number 1. Or number 3, sorry. But we get that start valve set.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready
Always-
for engine start.
Always forget that.
Starting engine 3.
Start a helm over.
Okay. And 2's coming up.
%, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay, we'll start up number 4 now.
Starting engine 4.
Starter help over. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, just waiting for it to stable.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right, time to start up number 1.
Starting engine 1.
Starter help over. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Starter off.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Engine stabilized.
Last but not least, number 2.
Starting engine 2.
Starter help over.
We played the checklists like we were supposed to, folks, and one at a time. Although it is capable on this aircraft to start 2 at once. Okay, he's gonna wait
20% and 2.
till we get a good start here.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right, so we got the engines going. Fort 3_X, thanks for the follow. We sure appreciate you coming on board. Enjoy the day, and hope you enjoy the flight down to Miami, or otherwise known as Miami. And let's hop over in the co-pilot seat so we can see the pins, and then we will continue on. But again, welcome aboard. Welcome, Raiders from our Gale 8. We sure appreciate having you aboard. There's the pins. Come up here, give them a quick flash of the headlights, and continuing on. Alright, so let's see what we need to make sure. Start switch is off, beacon lights on, brake pressure, start levers. Oh boy, I did it again, I see. Okay, flight recorders on, start switches, beacons, brake pressure, idle detent on the starts, and engine ice on. Over here real quick. Let's get our packs back on for the taxi. Get our engines up and running. Door warning lights are out. Hydraulic panel. And flight recorder on. See what I missed.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Wait.
Oh, dang it, it got me again. Okay, they're all off except that one. What am I missing? Okay, I am not sure what did I forget.
Back valves. Wait. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
I wonder what I forgot. Oh. Okay. Real quick, let's get probe heats on. Get these on just for safety on the takeoff. Threw it here with it. I always forget something. Takeoff.
Flaps
Stabilizer.
10.
Okay. 4 units, okay. Yaw dampers, seatbelts, probe heats on, APU is off, fuel heat off, totalizers, cargo heat on. Okay.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR and the airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Of course. The big one.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay, we are ready to go, folks. All checklists complete. Okay, and here we go. Okay, we're going to set up here JFK 5, so bear with me. We need, since we're going out runway 4, let's go heading 099. $153 is fine for now. 156. Okay, and what is JFK? 15.9. Okay, and identified. How many units up? On takeoff 15, initial pitch. Okay. All right, and keep 15.9, I guess, in here too. All right, folks, here we go. And we'll keep 17. Okay, that'll be a long ride. All right, folks, here we go. Brakes off. Taxi.
Parking brake released. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information. Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome aboard. Please put your seat and fasten your seatbelt, and also make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full upright position. We request your full attention as our cabin crew will demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight for your own safety. If you are seated next to an emergency exit, please read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask a flight attendant to reach
JFK traffic, Clipper 14, taxi to runway 4 left.
Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit might be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, floor level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow.
Okay, folks, we are on our way.
Which may also be detached and used as a life raft. Oxygen and the air pressure are
As much as I would like to make it easy on myself, we'll play nice. And I don't show any interrupting traffic. Although I do want to see how quick it'll be when we get into DC. So pretty much after MJ. Okay.
If you're traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position. Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs.
Nice thing is, it's a straight ahead taxi, folks.
The life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. further notice upon arrival. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatory is prohibited.
And again, we're just going to go
You'll find this and all the other
Alpha
safety
to
information
Juliet
cards located
to
in the seat in front of you. We promise
Zulu
to ask
for
you
departure.
before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't
A
hesitate
correction.
to ask one of our crew members.
Correction, looking at the wrong runway to Alpha, Kilo to Kilo 1. We'll check that traffic coming in. Okay, making the turn here onto Alpha, heading to Kilo. Okay, and we'll see what's going on in the back.
Cabin ready.
Right, where's our traffic that's coming in? He said 13 right, didn't he? Oh boy. Alright, he's not there. Alright. And JFK traffic crossing 13 right to take off on runway 4 left. Well, unfortunately, that's really not how it's flown, but it's the flight sim. We fly it how we want, just like I landed in Cat 3 conditions when I should have gone to my alternate last flight. It was a nice auto land, though, by the Flight Factor A320. JFK traffic, Clipper 14's clear of 13 right, taxiing 24 left. Okay, strobes can come off for the moment. Alright, let's do that before takeoff checklist. We will be skipping one item just as a head up. And before takeoff, cabin alert. Okay, we got that flight start. Let's get those into position. It's a lot easier when I just do it this way, folks. Okay. Body gear steering will be the one we skip. Packs closed. Pressure set to auto. Let's make sure. Cross feeds checked, and we are set for this phase of flight.
Before takeoff checklist.
IC considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Damn.
Oh yeah. It's just getting ready to switch it, and I did.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
Okay, we're gonna hold for just a second.
valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. This. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, I guess that's the way I gotta be. Okay, after takeoff, gear up, flaps, ignition, seatbelts, pack valves can open, fuel heat auto. Alright. Alright folks, we're just about there. We're ready to go. I'm going to go ahead now and move this on up. Moving on up. Get our EPR set. Waiting to hear he's cleared the runway, and then I'm going to go ahead and take. Just in case he uses it all. That is amazing to look at here. What I was looking at was Semmel. I was looking at Semmelware, and what LaGuardia approach has is like a corridor in, and then a little blob around it, and then a corridor out. All right, hang on a second here, folks. JFK traffic, Clipper 14 departing runway 4 left. Get our altimeters all squared away here once we get on the runway. And then we'll be good to go. As well as get that body gear steering set. Alright, get that out of here for now. Alright, so altimeters. 3024. Okay, we're good there. Go up here, disarm that.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
All right, folks, for takeoff, what we're going to do, throttle up to about 60% and wait for the stabilized, and then we go.
Stabilized. Cross set.
knots.
Okay. $100.
VATSIM
V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up.
Helps to set to VS.
Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up. Downs and level off.
Okay, we're now turning to intercept the JFK approach. Got to turn my timer on. All right, folks, so we are 10,000 feet. I'm going to go ahead, catch up here, pull myself back into the cockpit after we get the basics. Make sure all the packs are on. All right. So let's come back into VS. Set for our climb. Dang it. Sorry, folks. Thinking 727 again. are set for VOR, so when we catch the 1590 156, didn't expect it that far. Here, we'll just do it this way. Okay, I guess I just needed to be more patient. Oh well, we are... Okay, turn that down. Nice thing about Felis, we can do that. All right, let's go after takeoff, shall we? We've dallied enough here. Gear levers off, landing lights and logo. Ignition, let's get those all turned back off. Okay, pack valves, fuel heat, and seat belts are good. Just need the fuel heat. Get that right now to auto. Get our reserves drained in. Okay, let's run it.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Off. Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, and now we're in climb. And we need to change what we see. Kind of zoom in so y'all can see we're crossing wavy right now. Just needed to be a little more patient for the intercept, but hey, we're there, folks. We're on our way. And crossing wavy, and then we'll cross MJ, and not long after it will be into DC's airspace. Actually, yeah, DC is still up. 133, 725. Okay, there we go. All right, folks, so we are on our way to Miami. We are set for our climb. Well, there's 18,000. So let's get our altitude correctly set. Okay. All right, and 2992. We'll get our and now we are turning on course, folks. All right, so DC Center should be contacting us here shortly. $33,725. And there are a bunch of storms just lurking ahead of us. Let's see how they show up here. Make sure we're on altitude select. We are, and we are showing it. And we're set for 34. One last check for when that step climb is supposed to occur. JMac, okay. Just making sure I didn't misread, and MJ is where we go up, so. Okay, we're just pushing the fuel in. Everything's looking good here, folks. Okay, cabin set. Galley powers are on. I think that might have been my electrical issue that I was having trouble with. Temps are looking good up here. Let's get just... just a little warm air in. Okay, that'll warm us up to 25°C. 77 degrees. Yeah, that's pretty decent for them up there. All right, and panels look good. All right, go folks, we are on our way. Okay, so we are on our way, folks. Sorry about that. Getting some things set up here as we continue our run down. Welcoming in, well, we've got quite a few people in here today, and I want to thank you all for joining. It's Tira I see out there. We've seen a nice raid from Vort3_X. We appreciate that raid. And for those who have followed the channel since. And there's what we were waiting for. Hang on a second, that's really loud. You can wait a second. Hopefully that's a little better. Okay, so 133,725, gotcha, all right. 133,725 over 2. DC Center, Clipper 14, climbing to flight level 340. We'll be putting 0533 in the box, Clipper 14, heavy. 0. Go. Hello to you and up to 340, Clipper 14 heavy. I don't know why ATC is not coming across. That is interesting. Ever since this change,
1,000 level off.
we've had this problem. Let me worry about the plane here real quick, then we're going to figure out why I can't hear them, or you can't. Just about there. Let's see if I'll get lucky here. Yes. Oh, crap. No. Oh, I couldn't have done that any better. Okay. I don't know why. Oh, hello, Toss 3 Charlie. Welcome in. This is weird. Why is that not coming through? Tolus 3R, are you talking about the around the screen? It's just what I put up there so you could see though. I knew you were seeing the whole screen. I'm gonna move. Oh, that isn't gonna help because you guys can't see my cursor over there. So you're talking right about here, down here, and over here. Or are you talking these black lines? And if you're talking those black lines, I have no idea what they are in the 747. That black line, I don't know what it is, or this one. Let me do it this way. Haha. This one or this one, I have no idea what they're to. I'll be totally honest. This, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea what this one's for. So anyone who might know, we'd sure love to hear. Let's go to AvTab Maps. Not a little. There we go. A little further. There we go. Give you all an idea there of where we're at. Bring it up top here. All right, hopefully, I noticed that my squawk box changed, and that I can tell, no function. I don't even, unless, oh, that's the tiller. I was thinking maybe it had something to do with when the window opens. I don't know. Interesting. Well, calling all 747-200 pilots or flight engineers. What's this cross on the side here? No idea what kind of function it has, unless it's something to do with when the window comes in. Maybe like the channel it might come in when they open the window up on the ground. I don't know. All right. How do I confirm my mic setting here? Well, that's first off and foremost what I got to do. Heard it that time. Ooh, yeah, and I see my mic working here too. I changed a different API that I was on. I don't know why it changed back, unless it was one of those stupid updates. Oops. Is ETC coming through now? Actually, I can tell. Watch my microphone settings up here for my outputs. You have to make a note to self if I have a XBot or XPilot update, check my settings, make sure they didn't change them on me. All right, so we're level flight. I didn't notice anything on my audio outputs. How was that one, original Big Mac? He just talked. Okay, what's going on here? Well, let's try a different one. Hang on, let's see here. Try. All right, let's see. Ooh, not seeing anything on the mic on this one.
Exit number 8876 Yankee, are you here?
Yeah, I dropped off the frequency for a minute, but I'm back now, so it's shaky.
76 Yankee, roger. I just lost your radar identification, so if you could squawk ident for me, please, that'd be great.
I did now, so it's shaky.
Huh.
76 Yankee, radar contact 30 miles northeast of the road of the OR 6000. Okay, let's do this.
We did it. All right, success. I don't know what I did.
Just gonna do the RNAV Yankee runway 24 approach from pros. So, rate 876 Yankee, clear direct pros, cross pros at or above 4,700, clear the RNAV Yankee runway 24 approach.
It says to calibrate my mic. I don't
Just
see a
clear
way to
direct
calibrate
pros,
here.
cross pros at or above 4,700, clear for the RNAV Yankee runway 24 approach.
I wonder if that's in X-plane. Let's find out.
Airtel 6520, winds 100 at 13 at 1 center, clear land.
Clear to land 1 center, shuttle 6520.
Nope. All right, didn't do it.
Only.
All right, well, we're not going to touch it. If it's working.
United, what was that? Wait for taxi.
Yeah.
427,
Oh, now I see him on my
Zulu
outputs.
Yankee 11, altimeter 3004.
PAA 4, Zulu Yankee 30, United 407.
All right.
Zulu Yankee 11.
Zulu Yankee 11, 407.
Pull back a little. Let's see. It's hard to see where we're at in here. All right, let's, well, we'll go with charts then until it makes, oh no, let's do Volanta, so it's, and we're kind of in this little hole right here. All right. So there you go, folks. If you're flying X-plane with X-pilot and you need to wonder if your stuff's working, check your microphones. Make sure you may have to change the application that you're using like I did, and also adjust the mic there. That's what brought it up. Don't know why. I didn't touch, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, I was adjusting the mic, not the COM 1 setting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. However, what's more interesting Orb is getting ahead of the game and getting his prediction in for the landing. We are currently trying to make runway 8, well, if I had my way, runway 12. But I don't think I'll have my way when I get down to Miami. But that's what we're going to try and shoot for. We got November 727 Papa Alpha airborne today. I predict butter, and it took the guess. That's awesome. I'm going to do that on someone else's stream. That is awesome. All right, Orb 505, thanks for all the help today, and thanks for your guests. Have a great Wednesday, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. Oh, that is just, man. The original Big Mac with the prediction of butter. Oh, the next time I follow a guy, come on, I'm going to do the same thing. I didn't either. That's awesome. We'll see how that comes in when I land. Oh my goodness, how funny, funny, funny. Is it just me, or did ATC seem to get really quiet? Did I screw something up? Nope, I didn't, because the microphone's still going nuts. DC Center, Clipper 14, radio check.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear also. Just got real quiet. I had been doing some setting checks on my X-Pilot. Appreciate you. It's got real quiet. I could just see where I got it all wrong. Oh, that is just going to be too funny. Yep, I never knew that too. That
Center, November 887 Yankee, back with you again on course on the approach.
Sure, 8876 Yankee, wind variable at 6, runway 24, clear to land.
Runway 24, clear to land, 8876 Yankee.
In Washington, Air Shuttle 620, this thing keeps freezing up on me, so we're disconnected. Thanks for the help, we'll see you.
Roger, I'll see you, thanks.
Well, I'll tell you, I think I like that Pan Am livery here than the other one I fly on this plane. I kind of like that billboard look. But I think the only time I would have ever seen that airline at all, I visited my uncle in New York City once, just after graduating fire school for the Air Force. Got to go out on the airfield at JFK to one of the firehouses, and we drove around. Just missed the Concorde, but I'm pretty sure I saw a bunch of Pan Ams. I would hope back then it would have been the early 80s. But yeah, I had just missed, they said, the Concorde by 20 minutes. That would have been awesome. Especially from where we in the airport fire world obviously can get right pretty close to the runways. Yeah, I think I like this livery more than the other one I normally fly, so might see this one more often. And I think I have a 727 with this.
It is 427, wind 100 at 13, runway 30, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 30, United 427, thank you.
Washington Center, Aero 6948, Charlie level 5000.
Ah, I just got the notice again.
6948, Charlie.
Hang on a second.
Washington Center, hello, squawk 0560.
That's 0560 48 Charlie.
Turn him down just a smidge. All right, anyway, back to the news that I just got again. For those of you that are big fans of the MD-11, as Hawker 125 is, who is at work right now, that aircraft from Rotate is expected to release on, I think it's tomorrow. It is. According to this, it's in, if those of you on our Discord channel, located here.
10 Foxtrot Mike Echo.
Number 69.
If you go, when you come into the general, you'll see it right there. The MD-11 by Rotate, release date March 24, 2022. Now, what that means when 12 comes out for X-Plane, when the next release, I don't know if there'll be a free upgrade, free updates, whatever. But yeah, those of you that have been waiting for it, it will be out tomorrow.
We're looking for the RNAV 10.
6948 Charlie, you can expect that.
Bear with me a second here. I'll get links and all for you.
Hey, Washington Center, Fairwing 183 is with you outside of the 360.
Bearings 183 Washington Center, good afternoon, squawk 0574.
Squawk 0574, Square Big 183. DC Center, November 8876, Yankees going missed.
876 Yankee, roger, climb and maintain 4000, fly the runway heading.
Climb and maintain 4000, fly runway heading.
Alright, for now we'll get this. I don't have a...
DC Center Giant 927 radio check.
Howdy, clear. At 876 Yankee, say altitude.
Passing 2,900, climbing to 4,000, subject shaking.
876 Yankee, roger, climb and
Okay, there we
maintain
go.
6,000, flight heading 240, vectors for the RNAV Yankee 1.
And then those interested, here's a news article. I didn't read it much. Hopefully it's useful. Tomorrow we'll try to get that changed around to the actual plane. But yeah, it is due to release tomorrow.
183 radar contact 15 miles west of the Elkins VOR, flight level 360.
Alright, speaking of which,
427 radar contact, say altitude.
Altitude.
427, thank you, climb and maintain, flight level 380.
Maintain level 380, United,
12.4 and 16.9.
76 Yankee, let's do this. Submit the altitude, climb, maintain 5,000, turn right in 360.
Climb, maintain 5,000, turn right, heading 360.
DC Center Giant 927, IFR to rally, ready to copy.
Are you?
We're on the ground in Baltimore.
Giant 927, what's your
So,
equipment subject?
just getting things caught up here. We're 50 miles off Snow Hill and 27 miles out of Norfolk. You know what? We'll just go ahead, pull
We have the GPS on work.
1096.
Golf Tango, India.
Oh, that's the unequipment side. Do you have a GPS on board? That's all I need.
Yes, sir, we do.
I'm gonna have a new route for you. I'll just send you a PAC.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll see how this goes. We're going to get back outside. Yeah, I'm starting to really like this colors. Even on the shady side. All right. Oh, one thing I did forget to do, folks. Add captain.
Disregard that.
You can, by the way, folks, on this plane and a couple of others that have the ability to work your sounds, you can, as you can see, I can control when you get a controller that's
68 to rating 060.
real loud, I can turn them up or turn them down. PA in the aircraft, same thing.
876 Yankee to rating 060.
Turn right heading 060 at 876 Yankee.
So, really nice features. And get this down.
Six 948 Charlie, flight heading 180, vector to final, descend to maintain 4,000.
Get set.
Roger,
Needed.
48 Charlie, we want to request if we could follow the published approach, please.
That's what I'm gonna do. I can't clear you for the approach at the moment, so I need you on the heading that I assigned. Descend to maintain 4,000, flight heading 180.
180 down to 4,000, 48 Charlie.
But folks, this is a fun plane if you like 747s. It happens to be my favorite. It can be found right here. And you'll get to enjoy it. We just crossed over Norfolk, and we're en route to Kingston, I believe it is. Kinston.
47
That's
Washington
close.
Center, cleared the Atlanta Airport, clutch 3 departure, flaps transition that has filed, maintain 3,000, squawk 0505.
Okay, so we'll get to Kinston, or get a little ways there, and then we'll switch over to
47, read back, correct. Push start at your discretion, advise ready to taxi, runway 30 for departure.
30, copy taxi at 47.
1096. Okay, so we're still a little bit out of range of Kinston. That's at 1096.
6948 Charlie, clear direct cut up, cross cut up at or above 2,100, clear the RNAV runway 10 bridge.
Okay.
Roger, direct cut up above 2,100 and clear for the RNAV 10, 48 Charlie.
6948 Charlie, I'm sorry, I didn't see the woolly transition in there, that's my bad.
No problem, 48 Charlie.
Just got to you in a bit quicker here.
140 at 12, gusts to 21. And really no weather to deal with down there, so let's see. Let's kind of look ahead. Definitely see the weather that I've mentioned all around us. All right, so let's, okay, you can kind of see us here on Volanta right about here. And then I'm going to move this up. Should bring us over Charleston, which is the northern flank of that set of storms that came over Louisiana, and more importantly, New Orleans. So from there, let's go a little further. Keep walking our way down. Our planes generally operating here. Looks like the 9s. Okay. You know what I'm going to do, folks? Unless otherwise told, we're going for 1-2.
76 Yankee, turn right heading 0930.
Turn right heading 0930.
Again, we're right here, folks. All right, so we're going to be doing a change here on the FMC here in a moment.
948 Charlie, no traffic observed between you and Fort Meade Airport. Report IFR cancellation in the air on the ground. This frequency radio service is terminated. Frequency change approved.
Roger, we'll call you with termination for you, Charlie.
Okay, so we got Sim Toolkit set up for runway 12. If the controllers come up and tell me...
Washington Center's closed in about 18 minutes. It's the bottom of the hour, 30.
Okay, so if the controllers come up, I expect them to throw me to either runway 9 or 8 left and right. But for now, we're going to plan on shooting the 1-2 approach in there and see what happens.
Center Giants 8794, flight level 300.
And 8794 Washington Center, hello, squawk 0512.
Squawk 0512, Giants 8794.
876 Yankee, turn heading 190.
Turn heading 190, 876 Yankee. Washington Center, good afternoon, Scout 53 with you, 240.
53 Washington Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 300.
Climb maintain 300, Scout 53. Can I get a squawk for Giant 8794, please?
8794 squawk 0512.
Roger, confirm 0512, Giant 8794.
Back.
Kind of stormy and turbulent out there, folks.
8794, we contact 28 miles northeast of CILBR, flight level 300, clear direct Dixon, that's Delta India Whiskey.
Roger, clear direct Delta India Whiskey for 8794.
Okay, he's piqued my interest.
Clear direct Pros, cross Pros at or above 4,700, cleared RNAV Yankee runway 24 approach.
Clear direct Pros, cross Pros at 4,700, cleared for the RNAV Yankee 24 approach, 8876 Yankee.
Nope. Yep, we'll meet up with them down in Miami. I thought that giant might be going there. And for those not familiar with the call sign, that is Atlas Air, one of the larger air cargo outfits out there.
Springs 183, contact Atlanta Center 132.907. Have a good day.
Over there, Atlanta Center 132.907. Spirit Bank 183, good day.
Now the difference.
Washington, Walker 1118 on the ground at Richmond, clearance to Westchester.
Now the difference here, folks.
1118 Washington Center, clear to the Westchester Airport. Lucille 6 departure, then as filed, maintain 5000 squawk 0556.
Hang on a second, we're going to turn it down a little.
Lucille 6 departure, maintain 5000 squawk 0556, Walker 1118.
1118, read back, correct, advise, ready to
Okay.
taxi runway 2.
The reason I said
Yeah,
larger is
Richmond
one of the
3000.
largest air cargo. There is a big difference between air cargo, which is anything you can throw in a truck.
Number 8876, Yankee wind 080 at 3, runway 24, clear land.
Runway 24, clear, yeah.
Here we go. And air freight, while yes, can be anything thrown in a truck, it's usually what your
308 Golf Victor,
your,
Washington Center, clear to Westchester County Airport, Lucille 6 departure.
companies that haul less than truckload.
0572.
And FedEx primarily hauled envelopes when they started as Federal Express. So that's where air freight and air cargo, while they're kind of the same, they're kind of not. However, they have the most 747s in their fleet, and I believe they now outdo everybody in 777s. Don't quote me on the latter one. They're getting very high on 767s.
53, clear direct Jamie.
And so that's the distinction between air freight. FedEx, UPS haul air freight, where it's not what we would consider a full truck or full plane. It's hard to explain when you're talking a plane as a truck driver. But I hauled air freight as a truck driver for Emery Worldwide. And I hauled out, and it was an inbound air cargo load from ATI, I think, out of Columbus once. So, and that was strictly, could be anything, folks, from fruit to, I mean, it literally can be anything. The freight can be too, but there's a distinction, and it's hard to explain. Even for me to even get my hands wrapped around. But they are a huge cargo operation, both scheduled and non-scheduled, and they're also a big across the pond with Amazon and DHL. That would be the outfit called Polar. Same company, Atlas, that's a big company that encompasses two or three different airlines.
Washington Center,
But,
Arrow 6948, Charlie, we have tipped in sight, like to cancel our IFR.
6948 Charlie, IFR cancellation.
But yeah, it's a
Block base,
huge
APFR
company.
change supervisory frequencies approved. Goodbye.
Thanks for the ATC. Have a good day for you, Charlie.
And like I said, I did haul air freight back in the 90s. I was actually, again, some of you know this story. I was actually not allowed to tell people I was hauling that. And it wasn't, it's highly classified. If I tell you, I have to kill you. What's wrong with my dog? Why is he barking? Hang on just a second. Let me check the door. Stand by.
Washington, hello, American 1453, flight level 360.
1453 Washington Center, hello, recycle transponder, squawk 0570.
Squawk 0570, American 1453.
Captain, Giant 8794, we'd like to proceed with a step climb up to flight level 340.
Giant 8794, roger, climb and maintain flight level 340.
Maintain flight level 340, Giant 8794.
1453 radar contact 20 miles west of the Duke, VOR flight level 360. Clear direct Lynchburg, Lima Yankee Hotel.
Clear direct Lynchburg, and we were filed 320. We're going to remain at 360. If you could change that, American 1453.
1453, roger.
Thanks.
All right, folks, sorry for that. Be stepping away one more time to bring him in from going outside, but our neighbors got back from vacation, so. Oh, very grumbly dog.
478 is short of Zulu, ready for check.
United 487, runway 30, taxi via Zulu Yankee 11.
But real quick, what I was saying is, while it's not the I can't tell you or I have to kill you kind of secret, we were just asked to, because what it was, when people were paying for a service of air freight, first thought is it should be on an airplane, right? You would be shocked with how many companies that were doing air freight then, FedEx, UPS, DHL, Airborne Express, Emery, are centered in the Midwest. You would be shocked how much of that actually never saw a plane. Because you could literally, well, I was working out of Des Moines. Second day freight could go from Des Moines to Dayton, where Emery was based, and out to somewhere, say, within 500 miles, and be there in 2 days and never see the light of day on a plane. Next day service might, but if you had an envelope or a package or something going from Toledo to Cincinnati, it would never see a plane. Because we'd pick it up, get it down to Dayton by night, down to Cincinnati by morning. It was, and they just didn't want people knowing that you may not be on a plane.
30 Golf exit, you file that citation for any runway 2, taxi via Kilo Alpha.
So, fun times when I used to drive the truck in that respect.
47, fly heading 280 and 12010, runway 30, clear to takeoff.
Okay, where am I? Oh, looks like Raleigh just came online. But anyway, folks, there we are, high at 34,000. We got about another 100, 200 miles to the step climb. And we're going to take a short break here. I'm going to get the dog inside, get a couple chores done, and we'll be right back with you. Give me about couple of minutes here, and we'll get that accomplished.
Jamie at 12000, Scott 53.
Leave my airspace to the west, and D is closed. Radar service is terminated for busy change of bridge.
Oh, what do you do? Copy, please. You, good day, United,
radar contact, say altitude.
47, passing 2003 down.
47, thank you, climb and maintain flight level 380, clear direct to clutch.
380, direct clutch at 47.
Washington, Walker 1118, short of 2 at Richmond, ready to go.
For 1118, 080 at 3 runway 2, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 2, Walker 1118. Center, November 308, Golf Victor, short of 2.
0 Golf Victor, Roger.
Okay, folks, until we get handed off, I'm back with you. He's inside.
D7, good afternoon. Delta Airlines 237 requesting IFR clearance to KJFK file.
And he said about 3 minutes.
Washington Center cleared to the Northwest Florida Airport. Clutch 3 departure, flash transition that has filed, maintain 5000, squawk 0506.
Test.
1337, do you get that?
Roger. Delta 1337 cleared to KCP file via clutch 2 departure. Flash transition, climb maintain 5000, squawk 0506.
For 1118 radar contact, say altitude.
3,600 for 5,000, Walker 1118.
1118, roger, climb and maintain flight level 240.
240, Walker 1118.
Delta 1337, read back correct, call for push on a kilo, expect runway 1 for departure, the Washington altimeter 3003.
DC Center, please, last mission, next one, last one.
Delta 1337, read back correct, advise push on a kilo, and expect runway, correction, call for push on the kilo, expect runway 1 for departure, Washington altimeter 3003.
Definitely sounds like he's ready to take a break.
Call for push, expect runway, request push via kilo, expect runway 1 for departure, altimeter 3003.
308 Golf Victor, wind 080 at 3, runway 2, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff to 308 Golf Victor.
Center Giant 8794, we'd like to actually descend 320.
8794, roger, descend and maintain flight level 320.
320 Giant 8794.
For 1106, leave my airspace to the south, Jacksonville is closed, service is terminated, frequency change approved.
Roger that, switching over to Con Metro 1106, how good.
For 14, I leave my airspace as well, Jacksonville is closed, radar service is terminated, frequency change approved, goodbye.
Clipper 14 heavy copies. Have a great day. Thanks for the ATC. See ya.
1118, climb and maintain flight level 39.
All right, folks. I will be right back. Got a couple chores to get done, and then we'll get ready for the step climb. Be right back. All right, folks. All right, folks. Sorry about that. Had the microphone way back. We're back with you. All right, there we go. Got a little music on. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, and I don't get what's wrong with the Charleston scenery. I believe it's Charleston. I've replaced everything that it says is missing, and yet it still gives me the error. I hate to lose Charleston, because the default scenery only has like 2 or 3 parking spots, and that's it. All right, get a little coffee in the veins. All right, so we are back, folks. Aaron 2040 or 2409, thanks for following a couple of minutes ago. We sure appreciate you. Hope you enjoy. Love to chat with you. And hope you have a great day. All right, let's see in relation to GMAC we are right now. JMAC, sorry, we just crossed it. Charleston is on the horizon. Let's get these radios up to date. We're getting ready to cross Charleston at 13.5. Okay, we're 50 miles out of Charleston, and next VOR, well, that'll be the last one for a little bit. Then we'll put 12.6 in on the other side. And that won't show for a little bit. All right, so we need to do a step climb. So what we'll do here, folks, start our climb up. Let's go to the fuel panel, see how we look. Okay. All right, folks, we are now what's called tank to engine, and we are really close to balanced. We're not going to worry about it. It is what it is when we're that close. Up here, though, all looking good. Let's get us a latest altimeter. What the heck? Let's go Charleston. 2994. Go right there. All right, folks. I will be right back, folks. My wife just got home from work. Be right back with you. All right, folks, again, sorry for that. The wife got home. I wanted to make sure, get everything checked in. So we are on our way. I want to say thank you to everyone who follows and has come aboard, watch the channel. We sure appreciate you. Especially Aaron 2409. Thanks for the follow. We had a nice raid today. Appreciate y'all coming aboard from Gale. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. RGAEL 8. Appreciate y'all coming in. Vortex 3 for the follow. Really appreciate you. Dave Rendon, welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. I think we're overhead Charleston. Yep, making the turn. Actually, that would be closer to Savannah. Yeah, we're over Charleston. Getting over here, getting a quick screenshot here of that nice turn for future episodes. Oh, anytime there, Mr. Rendon, anytime. Hopefully this time we're not in a quandary of how the executed an approach. And I'm still questioning that approach. Not weather minimums. Yeah, I know I was below minimums. But a question, and I'm waiting to talk with my father here a couple of days. If you get established, you know, your approach, you're fine above minimums, you got the runway in sight, and then all of a sudden, like it did on us, goes away, does that mean a go around? Because we still got everything lined up. I'm assuming it does. So, but yeah, and that may be a flight sim thing only. I never, because that was weird how we, granted we're 100 feet below minimums, the runway environment came alive and then poof, went away again on us, only to come right back. So that's just, you know, little questions. But yeah, this is probably my favorite aircraft, folks, the 747. I do like the 200 because it's a working man's plane. 3 crew members working together to get it from point A to point B. Some 5,000 miles, I think the range is on it. Properly step climbed, and prayerfully the winds are good for you. But yeah, that was a fun flight there. And the great thing was, you know, hey, the FAA technically wasn't in charge. It was South America. See, I can find all great excuses. Probably not a one holds up in a court of law. But back in the nostalgia days, Pan Am. That's a long time since Pan Am's been around. Such an iconic airline, folks. That's why I'm really shocked that people did not win the fight to save that terminal at JFK. Like they were able to with TWA. Their terminal they were able to save. Right, winds are still 140 at 12, gusts to 21. Yep, we're going to 12 now with winds like that. 10 miles, plenty of visibility, plenty of, we'll have a little bit of clouds in the way, but 2,700 feet, we're good. Ceiling at 2,500, how about 25,000? So, we have no worries about encroaching on minimums today. But yeah, folks, if you want to see that, I do have it at my YouTube channel for you to watch. You know, that's one command I don't think I ever put in. Let's see. Oh, yes, I did. I haven't put it up to Facebook. I just haven't really given it a lot of time, but I just might put that one up to Facebook too, because that was just awesome. Even though the METAR in real world didn't match weather conditions in the sim, and I'm sure it's because it's not right up on the most current. Nonetheless, it was still fun. And you know what? That's what we're here for, folks. Fun. Have fun. If you're not having fun, sorry to hear it. But that's why I come to the flight sim, to relax, decompress, and have fun. And I've done it since, 1999, 2000, somewhere in that time frame, when I finally was able to get a computer, eventually get flight sim put on it. Haven't stopped since. 10,000, 11,000 hours worth of flying on VATSIM / SATCO, for those that go back that far. And several airlines virtual that I've been a part of. Some that I built, and others, mostly others that people have done. As is Guardian Air Alliance. Asterisk Guard will give you the details how to come aboard. And if you like DCS military flying, they get into that too. All right, let's make sure we topped out correctly. I would hate to think we're at like 50,000 feet falling out of the sky. Okay, we're level at 34.6. Did I go up too high? I sure did. Well, get that fixed. Oh, we got traffic that just snuck ahead of us there. That would be AI traffic. Possibly for Jacksonville. All right, we're getting into a SIG right now for, let me just pull Belanta. Let me check to make sure things come up the way I want. There we go. All right, so let's bring it in here, shall we? All right, so we're coming down the Q97, headed for Chevid, just outside Brunswick, Georgia, submarine base, I think. Could be wrong. Just passing Savannah and such. So, yeah, somewhere out in here, he might be even headed to the Bahamas, who knows. But, gives you an idea what we have down to Ormond Beach, and then on to the Coastal One arrival. But here's the SIGMED. What do we got? Severe embedded thunderstorms moving about 40 knots, tops to 43 with tornadoes. So it is still kicking tornadoes out. Now, why did I say that? Let's kind of pull this away. Hawker 125, welcome in. This will interest you. A link for you to click. But this is the same complex. Let me bring up Volanta again. It's not the greatest looking source, but you'll at least get the flavor of it. This line of storms here, folks. Those of us here in the States, probably inundated right now with Facebook. If you follow any storm chasers, the tornadoes that came through New Orleans last night. That is the line that caused it, and they are now reaching into Florida. Obviously, from the SIGMET, still kicking tornadoes out, which is, you know, understandable. We're in Tornado Alley right here. Stretches from Georgia back to Texas, and starting to loop up into the middle part of our country, and then it'll slowly move easterly towards St. Louis in April. So if you can get an idea, so the alley pretty much runs this time of the year from, say, South Carolina down to Florida, bring it east through the whole state of Texas, and starts looping up into Oklahoma, Kansas. By April, it'll be up through the middle of the country and pushing east towards St. Louis. And St. Louis is right here with our own rain. Thankfully, not severe weather. But yeah, it's all part of a big spring storm system. And we're now in the wrap part of it. So we're getting lots of drizzle, rain, you know, with it. But out here in Florida, they're getting their butts kicked. So as soon as we make the turn here, Javid headed towards Omid Beach, Daytona area. I think it's Debkel is where we actually enter the approach. But anyway, that's when we should come out of it and hopefully have a decent arrival into Miami. Hopefully we don't break any rules, because I'd hate for Hawker 125 to get the wrong opinion of us. It is the big day for you. Yes, sir. That's what's coming out tomorrow, the Rotate MD-11. So, folks, if you've been waiting like he has for it, chomping at the bit, you'll got a chance tomorrow. The MD-11 hits the virtual stores for you to buy. I've seen anything from 80 to 911. So, a lot of money probably going into it. And I have not heard anything about the X-Plane 12 compatibility or how long you may have to wait for it to be X-Plane 12 compatible. But I know there's a lot of people out there that like the plane. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I don't know. We'll see. With X-Plane 12 due to release soon, I doubt. I'm not buying anything for the sim right now. Sent me something. X-plane, X-plane. Oh, I never heard my phone go off. Huh, interesting. Yeah. Nice. Flight Vectors fleet up and running for X-Plane 12. That's cool to hear. So hopefully Rotate Sims will be too. I don't know when that's supposed to release, folks, but until it does, this guy isn't really buying anything. Alright, so looking again at the METAR as of 1953. Okay, that's most recent, so our game plan is runway 12. We're close enough. Let's get going with the arrival brief. Kind of back that out. Actually, what we're going to do, give me a second here. Let me clean this up down here a little bit. Okay. All right, so here is the arrival, folks, from Debrel all the way down to our arrival. So what I want to do, I'm going to pull Volanta for now. And bring up the FMC. All right, now I'm thinking, what did we set up here? Hang on, let's go. 8 right. Okay, so we're going to change the runway. Going to 12. We'll go that route, legs. Oh, come on now. Cut it out. There we go. All right, so we got that closed off. All right. So we have the FMC now up and ready to go. As soon as I click execute. Here, put in FL360. All right, that filled everything in. Okay, so looking here at our chart, you can see we're going to come into Debrel. I'm just going to cover till coastal. Oh, headed to my Discord. Oh, okay. So, yeah. I should have gone missed approach even as soon as I lost sight of the runway with a cloud getting in the way. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. You learn something every day here, folks. I appreciate the information there, Dave. That'll help us on the next run. Okay, I'm looking at the radar here real quick. We got a little bit of returns here, folks. So let's turn this down a little. Seems a little loud. Okay, so back to our yeah, we learned some. Well, next time I think I am going to go ahead. If that happens, we'll go around, try it again, see what happens. And that flight, we would have been even worse, because I think we were running on about 4 or 5 hour old weather in the flight sim versus the real world. So, which matching very nicely to 4 or 5 hour earlier, or a couple of hours earlier, as I was watching them coming across Brazil. All right, so back to the chart here. So Debril, the DN, the Danny, the Greed, the Espresso will be descending to stay above flight level 240. And then from Espresso, we'll head to Vipa, Rec, and we've got these altitudes to maintain. Bajota to Coastal. Oh, hang on, getting beeped by another person here off. Ouch. $80 to $9 million. Wow. All right, so yeah, the rotate's going to be $80 to $90 starting tomorrow, folks. Those of you looking for the MD11. All right, so Rec will be above 15,000, Bajota above 13. Coastal, the key here, below 16,000. So, no, I don't think you heard it first here. I'm sure others had it. Hey, enjoy your day there, boss. We'll see you later. All right, so now, over here, we'll look at the directions. Let's first come down through here. We're at all altitudes are as of inches of mercury. 18,000, standard all throughout the U.S., 18,000 feet. Now, for this approach, you need RNAV, DME, IRUs, both we have, or GPS. Jet only. Descend via clearance and landing direction, east or west, by ATC. And Miami approach will issue the landing runway. And that being the 8s and the 9s can't be in use when the 1-2 is in use. It's kind of, so that's why they do that. All right, now, per the directions. So from Coastal, we go, see, we're going 8s, 9s, and 1-2s. That, we're heading to 1-2. So Coastal, 182. So we'll cross Lickin at between 11 and 13,000 and 250 knots. Then from Lickin, we'll track 193 to Fendi. Get it a little bit further down we go. At or above 11,000. Then we're going to go to Cairns, Gucci. I don't don't see that one. Oh, there it is. Fly my, that's weird. Then Rami. Then Madonna. Then Capone at 4,000. So 4,000's our end goal here, folks. Now, from Capone, I do not have 1-2 pulled up yet. Hang on a second. I am going to go ahead and set us up for the ILS. I'm going to take a look, though, at a couple things here. Do I want that one? No. Oh, well, that stinks. All right, so we're going to be flying. Yeah, they don't have anything cutting up this way for us. That's weird. Oh, well. Make sure I didn't miss it. I didn't. So we can't really shoot the RNAV, so we'll do the ILS. Okay, so for the ILS, real quick, we'll go through this. Here's your frequencies. We'll see if any of those actually match up. Tower, again, we'll see which ones match up from here over. Approach usually never matches up, and ATIS probably will not come in for us. But 108.9 is our localizer frequency. 124 is our final approach. VEPCO, which is 7.5 rough miles to the end of the runway, 2,000 feet, and on glide path. And then we track inbound. All right, as we had in South America, we do not have a Cat 2 arrival that I can tell down here. We do not. Okay, just getting it out there to start with, folks. All right, and then here's the missed approach. Visual glide slope and ILS glide path do not match up when you're coming in. All right, so from Gloria, actually we're going to go from Capone, and we're going to go just north of Gloria so that we can make a good intercept on the localizer. Come over Gloria at or above 3,000 feet. PIA and A, same thing, but we'll start we should match the glide slope at that point, following it on in. Then the VEPCO and then in. All right, so for this plane, we're probably coming in at about 160, 150. So I'm going to guess 800 feet a minute. And about 2 minutes, 25 seconds from VEPCO to the missed approach point. So if we had a timer, 2 minutes and 25 seconds, if we don't see the runway, we're supposed to execute a go around. The weather conditions are such we shouldn't have a problem there today. But folks, that doesn't mean anything in the flight sim, as we saw last flight in South America. Because I don't know how old the weather is they consider current. So, approach lights are Mausers. Pappies will be on the right-hand side, hopefully. And then again, here's our missed approach. Pretty much 800 feet, left turn to 3,000, direct Virginia Key. Now for the minimums. 376 MSL, which is 368 feet above ground. The RVR for us, everything working perfect as can be, 40 3/4 of a mile. So it's a little bit elevated than what most Cat 1s are. So, and then if we start losing the approach lights, it's 1.25 miles, and the rest of this spells it out. If we lose the localizer, or we have the localizer and the glide slopes out, the altitude goes up. So, and then you got to figure out your category of plane. We're down in here, so. So there's our approaches, folks. And we're just about on. So let me do a quick calculation here. So I want to be able and then once we land, we'll try to vacate at Sierra or Tango, heading to the H gates. Alright, so looking up here, we need to get down at or above 24, so 36 minus 24 is 12 times 3, so 36. Let's do it at about 50 miles from there, which will be 44. So around EN is about where we'll start down. 34 miles out. Lastly, let's get a head count here of where we are. There you go, nice map taking us in. However, we're going here, we're going to landing. Let's get our runway in here real quick. 9,000. 300, 400, airport elevation 0. Yeah. 124. Dry. Okay. Weather. $29.96. I did not get the temp. 29. Okay. All right, that takes care of that. That way you all can see where we're at on the approach. All right, so if I do a medium brake, that's going to give us about 6,000 feet. So that's what we'll set for. All right. We pull Armando up here. Okay, it's not going to show. That's fine. Okay, treasure is 17.3. Okay, that's 80 miles out. And 12.6. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's Ormond Beach. It's 13 miles behind us now, 20 miles behind us. Looking for any other possible VORs. Alright, so BN is about 10 miles ahead of us. Okay, so we'll begin to set that in here. Why did it give me an RNAV? I thought I had one that wasn't. Oh well. Alright, so $24. Okay, we are now over BN. Now, why you're not seeing it is in this box, it's not equal to the chart, so get a little further south than it will be. You see something here? I'm going to IAS. Alright, now that we're descending, set about 2,000. We'll let her get down to 24. And then as soon as we cross Espresso, we'll continue on down to, we'll set for 13 and work our way down. Folks, we've been in the air for 2,000 hours. How about 2 hours? And we are descending into Miami. Now, the game plan in Miami, I'm going to take a short break. We're going to have to switch aircraft. Still flipping the coin if I'm going to take the 727 or the 737. So, but we're going to be just going over to the Bahamas. And we'll be actually onto the Caribbean Calypso vacation tour that Guardian has set up. It's about 6 or 7 hops, some of which are, I'm not even sure I'll get the wheels up before it's time to come down and land. It's that quick. I mean, wow, there are some really, really quick ones. So, we'll see though. Okay, we're coming up on 28. Alright, so okay, so we're going to get past Treasure VOR to get to Espresso. Okay. Now we descended a little early, so Alright, looks like somebody's shooting the RNAV for 8 left. We're still continuing for 1-2. Let's put that in Palm Beach, 15-7. Okay, 102 miles out. Okay, we're at 38 miles. I think an espresso would be... Oh... I really don't know off Treasure. Okay, so... coming up on 24,000.
1,000 level off.
Oh, I was trying to figure out why is my route so crappy here on Volanta. It's because it's not following it. Okay, folks, we just passed, and I'm sure you saw it out there. Cape Canaveral, right below us. See it? Yeah, me neither. Alright, so we are in the descent, leveling off. The heck? Weird. Okay. Okay, looking at Volanta, we'll bring that up for you. You can see we are ahead of that line of storms, getting ready to hit Tampa. So hopefully this popcorn variety stuff doesn't impact us. Alright, so we're waiting to cross Espresso so we can continue our descent. We're still 17 miles from Treasure VOR, and I'm going to guess within 50 miles Espresso will come up. Actually, yeah, that could be about, about 20, 25 miles. But we'll keep an eyeball on it, folks. Now, we've got Treasure set in. We're not going to be flying directly over it. Same with Palm Beach. As we work our way into Coastal. From Coastal, we'll begin our trek towards the approach for 1-2. All right, while we're doing this, let's take a look at our descent checks. Okay, anti-ice on or off, we'll keep it on. We'll go with medium on the brakes. We're still INS. We will be until we turn for the ILS. Everything else is good. All right, fuel panel. We'll get the okay. All right, and we'll go ahead and set the altimeter for 2996. Okay, that's all set. EPR fuel panel. Fuel panel's all set. And when we begin our descent, folks, we will get to seatbelt signs, hopefully. Okay, we're over Treasure, or near it. And look at that, folks. I think that's the first time today we've actually seen that there is ground below us. Lake Okeechobee. So we're getting close. We yeah, I know. There was another one. Yeah, I think it might have been the Shoreline that I was planning, but for some reason it won't pull it. So I could have flown it from Ormond Beach, you know, on a VOR to VOR or nav-aid to nav-aid type approach. That's a bummer. Yeah, we're on the Coastal 1 arrival. So we're on RNAV. Bumper, bumper, bumper. Curious. Well, I really don't like that one. Mainly because I don't see my next VOR. Palm Beach, where? There you are. Oh, that's nice of it to just jump like that. Well, that ain't helping. Alright, so we're, there we go. That'll be good. Alright, so, I'm going to go ahead and start my next step down, which will be 13,000. Okay, that should set us up for about 2,000 feet a minute, and as promised,
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fastest seatbelt sign. We are now crossing the zone of turbulence. Please return your seats and keep your seatbelts fastened. Thank you.
okay. Ah, that'll work best. Alright. Done playing, folks. Got to get more into this. Okay, we're starting to go through some clouds. Guess I am going to have to turn on the anti-ice. Already is? Good. And upon reaching 13,000, I think for the speed restriction, okay, you can see us coming on the map. Just after coastal, we'll need to go to 250, so I'll get us slowing up. And do a quick weather check. Although, not yet. 2996, so we're still good there. Excuse me, folks. All right. 2996. All right. Now we're starting to move into territory here. I think I'm going to go ahead and just set up our VORs for the approach. 1089. Okay, folks, sorry about that. Man, had a good coughing spree there, so I thought I'd go mute for a second. Okay, so that's all set. We got our, here, I'll show you what we've done. Okay, so we got our approach 1089 set up in nav1. Now, granted, we're still on INS. We've set the approach heading. We're going to keep this going, but we've set Dolphin, so we're good there. I might set Virginia Key, so if we have to go miss, we have that. All right, so let's see where we are. Coastal's coming up. Again, Coastal is up below 16,000, which obviously we are.
Now to level off.
And then at Lickin, we'll go down to 11,000, and like I said, I'm going to slow to 250, probably 240, because that's an easier speed to manage through the rest of this. And then as we cut up, we'll slow to 220 and start getting the flaps out. All right, so got our heading set once we roll off. Okay, we're at Coastal. So we're heading now 15 miles. So let's use that to slow us down. Okay. Like I said, we're going to get down to 250 here while we're level. Okay, and we are slowing up nicely, coming up on 250. And after this song, folks, I think I might just go quiet with the music, go sterile cockpit, as we begin to set up for our arrival into Miami. Okay, so 11 to 12,000 will get in a few more miles here. So figure in about 3 minutes, folks, sterile cockpit. Okay, real quick, let's selfish one. Is that the one? No, they're both RNAVs. I just happened to notice that down here. All right, so minimums again. 3. There we go. Set it about right there. Okay, we'll go ahead. We're slowed. Let's come on down to 11. All right, folks, here we go. Approach up. Into the clouds we go again. And now off Lickin, however you say it. We head to Fendi at or above 11,000, so we'll be perfect there. Then we go down to 8,000. Actually, I might, yeah, we'll still plan on it. Madonna will slow to 220. By Madonna will be at 220. That's right here, folks. Yay or nay on having the chart up here? Actually, it's in the wrong position. There we go. Let me know if you like it or not. Gives you an idea of what we're shooting. Even though it's a pretty small window, let me know how you think of it. All right, so Fendi is coming up. From there, we'll head on down. I don't have any speed restrictions, so we're going to take it all the way down to Madonna. So by Madonna, we'll be at 220. Madonna. All right, we'll go sterile now, folks. Level at 11,000. Okay, here we come down to 8. Uh-oh, someone's telling me I'm sinking. Oh, Lord. The original Big Mac. Still haven't tuned that thing. All right, so here we go, folks. Trying to decide if I need to steepen up a little bit. I think I will. Just a little, though. All right, so let's get...
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seatbacks and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stored underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead
lights on.
bin. Our cabin crew are currently passing around the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining customer.
All right, so now let's auto brakes medium.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Damn.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Damn.
Altimeters.
1015. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Okay, so next up, we're landing. All right, we're coming over Romney. I'm going to go ahead and set us to 6,000. Correct. And slowest to 220.
Driver will check the A-left on the turbine.
236. Okay. And there it is, folks. Ms. Jammy.
Flaps 1.
Continuing to 4,000. All right, let's see what the flight crew has.
Cabin ready.
There's M. Donna heading down to Capone.
Flaps 5.
As soon as we go wings level, we'll see what we can do here with the wind.
Thanks, you guys, sir. 5 by 5, man. Perfect, sir. Purple.
Love the pile up there.
Miami traffic, Clipper 14 heavy, downwind for runway 12 on the coastal one.
And Charlie Bravo lighting up on A-left. Left.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Nicely out of the clouds. Let's see if we're showing up on the other one yet. Yes, we are. Okay. So at about the 304 point, folks, is when I'll set us back for about a 1.5 to 1.6 heading. 160. Okay, and we've got flaps 5. Let's see what the next setting is speed-wise. 196, 176, okay.
Miami traffic, November 636, Charlie Bravo, turning right heading to the west, climbing to 4,500.
Down to 3,000. Okay, so
Glide slope alive. Flaps
Miami
10.
Miami traffic, Clipper 14 heavy, turning inbound for the ILS runway 12. about 10 miles from Gloria. (1089), 124 set. 117. Outbound heading. There we are. Okay, we're going to cut in. Should still be fine. Okay, nav's locked in.
Localizer alive.
Okay, we are on localizer. Do not have the runway in sight yet. Well, wait, stand by. I think I do. We'll find out. Get a little closer. Glide slope's coming alive, so we're going to slow to 160. (140) is going to be our approach speed.
Flaps 20. Gear down.
And Miami
Gear
traffic,
down,
Clipper 14 heavy, type 747, fully established, runway 12.
Have a good night, bud.
Flaps 25.
Gears down, green. Going flaps full. Okay, landing checklist.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Ignition.
Flight start.
Press kit.
Check.
Altimeters. 1015. Set and cross-check. Landing checklist completed.
As you can tell, the plane's mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Miami traffic, Clipper 14, short final, 1-2, full stop.
Untitled Chapter, Connie, Iowa 310, right approach. We're about 2 miles out. For Largo.
500.
Okay, stable,
Approaching minimums.
landing.
Minimums.
Well, Mr. Rendon, I think this is a far better approach than what we did in South America. Although we got a little high there. They don't match. $100.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Check reverse.
Okay, we're in reverse.
Out, off, reverse. 60 knots. Auto brake off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign and we have parked at our gate.
All right, folks. Hang on a second. I want to let them know we vacated here. Miami traffic, Clipper 14 vacated, runway 12, taxiing to hotel terminal. Okay, flaps coming up.
Flaps up.
Okay, radar. Transponder. Okay, hang on a second. We're just getting everything.
Giant 8794, flight level correction 11000, descending 10,000 on the Selfish One arrival. Runway 12 will report on final. Is that an affirmative or a negative? Affirmative or negative?
Okay, let's see where we Alright, next taxiway we'll turn at. And head for our gate. Well, folks, welcome into Miami. Hope you've enjoyed the 3-hour cruise. I think we'll pick up at Quebec. All right, there we go. Now we're getting on the right one. Take a look outside the plane here, and then we're going to run that checklist. I think I'll just take this one. Oh, the ground equipment just cracks me up, folks. Oh, yippee. All right, let's see if it set. I bet it didn't. Nope, it didn't. All right, folks, we are in the blocks. Let's get these lights off and the wing light off. And we're going to run the after takeoff or after landing.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Hold on. Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode
Traffic
selected.
Giant 8974 is turning left inbound for ILS 12. Will report established.
APU.
Miami.
Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, a couple things here that I need to do to get her shut down.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Damn.
Beacon lights.
Hold on.
Off. INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Oh, window heat, forgot them.
Off.
Back valves. This. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Let's see.
Oh, come on.
Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. This. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Wait. Radio switches. Let's see.
Checklist completed.
Okay, we're in the blocks, folks. So much fun sometimes.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Okay, fun times at Ridgemont High. Do I still have an engine running? Okay, let's see. Galley power's off, so trim can come off. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that sure looks like they're running.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
All right. Well, folks, we are in the blocks. Like I said, we're going to take a break. I'm going to actually shut the stream down so that I can get things reset up. We're going to come back up here in about an hour or two and fly the short hop across the, literally across the pond to the Bahamas. We'll decide the aircraft then, but hang on, let me get all these flashy lights off. But for now, let's get in and take a look at some things. Okay, Volanta had us at 140 at 127, so we're pretty close on things. That's pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Minimize that, and let's get over to this one. Landing rate with the airline. I never can find it real easy. I will not worry about it. Okay, and it was filed. We'll take a look at it here in a second. Over here, disconnect. Close out of X-Plane, or X-Pilot, sorry. And lost my train of thought. You know, really stinks sometimes getting old. Sim Toolkit put us in at 88 feet a minute. So, folks, that was really very happy with that. So, with that, let's appreciate that, Mr. Rendon. Oh, I wanted to see, because Big Marcus, you put in butter. I don't see it. Oh, but you won with 150 feet a minute. I must have changed it en route. Yeah, that's amazing. I would like to have seen what that did. We'll try that over to Nassau and see what comes in. All right, so let's bring Sim Toolkit in here. And the reason I do this, folks, one, it's a free utility, just like Volanta is. However, it has a application here, this landing reports. And what it does is it'll show you a lot of stuff. Whoa, already liking what I'm seeing. All right, folks, as you can see, this is runway 12, threshold and touchdown. So we touched down in the aiming area. And unfortunately we were 21 feet to the left of the center line. So we're more like a fighter than the heavy 747. But like I said, 127 knots at 88 feet a minute, folks. That is a really good landing. Man, wish I could do that all the time. I think everyone says that. All right, let me log this with Sim Toolkit and get rid of it. And you know what? I am going to do it. Hang on a second, folks. Let's get rid of that. Close, close, close. Wait for them to close. Reason being, with this plane, I've run into the troubles of things not working right, or looking right, shall I say. All right, so don't be surprised if the gyro looks like that in flight. But what we're going to do, we're going to go back and take a look at this thing. I got to. I've got everything shut down, right? One way to find out. There we go. All right, so we're going to back off, come in again, and see how this looked. think we're on the downwind leg. Yep. Alright, so let's see here. We're still working our way in. We should be taking over here soon. Oh boy. Yeah, that was, yeah. Wow. That was a nice landing, folks. Okay, let's go back, take a look at that again. Wow. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a little low, but folks, that is, wow. I have to say wow on that one, folks. Man, that is a good landing. So, wow, that's all I can say. Wow. All right, let's see tower view if we have anything of any value. A little high, but it'll look like a good landing. Get a better idea of where the actual touchdown occurs. Just after them in the scenery, folks. Well, folks, there we are. We're in Miami-Dade. Miami International, to be exact. We're parked in the hotel gates. We are going to take a little bit of a break here. We'll be back and start to stream up here in about a couple hours. And look forward to seeing y'all as we... well, I've got to sit and decide, am I going to fly the 727 or the 737 over to the Bahamas? So as we watch the Billboard Pan Am 747 November 727 taxi into the hotel gates, I hope you all have a great day. Looking out, let's see. Well, folks, don't really have anyone to hand you off to, so what we'll do, we're just going to call it here. And We'll see you on the next flight in a couple hours, headed over to the Bahamas. That'll get some more people a chance to fly along with us on a short hop. Y'all have a great night. God bless you all. Thank you all, the Real 8, for the great raid of and Vort 3X for following, along with Aaron 20409. Folks, also Regale 8, thanks for the follow as well. We sure really do appreciate you. Y'all have a great night. God bless you all. We'll see you, for those that are able, we'll see you in a couple of hours as we head to the Bahamas. God bless you all. We'll see you then.